Yo, yo, yo. Um, I haven't tested audio in a while, so forgive me if it's not if it's not great right now. Wasn't planning on saying anything, but I just want to take a moment at the start of this just to, say a few things while I have the chance to and whatnot. So yeah. First of all, I apologize that I have been talking in a lot of my videos. You gotta understand that, like, I'm not a streamer, This is not how I started my 13 years on doing content and stuff, I was never a streamer to begin with. I was always a content creator, I would record content for like an hour or two, and then I would edit that down into like a 20 or 40-minute video, typically. And usually I know what I'm gonna say, and I have things on the mind that I want to talk about or do, or I was always planning ahead when it came to content, because this is what it was. But because this is like my way of recording now, is doing everything live, there's really no planning that can happen. I mean, like, I can decide, like, hey, I want to do this today, or whatever. Which, I already do that when I make my videos and everything. Yeah, I go in with a goal, which usually the title says what that goal is, which sometimes is hard to predict a title before it happens, which is kind of annoying, and I'm not used to that. Aside from other reasons I've talked about in other videos, most notably the New Year's video. If you haven't seen that yet, go check it out. But yeah, I just apologize that I'm not talking as much. It's a lot more different when I'm not prepared to talk. I don't have like a goal in mind to talk about. Let alone, I'm used to talking for like an hour or two, and then like that's it. And then I'm just editing for the rest of the day. Typically is how that goes back in the day. But on the plus side of that is, when you're doing live content, it's easier to make more of it, Obviously, quality's a lot worse, just because, like, I'm unable to record properly, and it's all like 720p, and it just looks like shit, You don't have to point that out. I know it looks bad, okay? And I'm still able to get views, believe it or not, somehow, miraculously, defying the odds. Somehow. But the plus side of doing everything the way I've been doing it the past couple of years is I'm able to put in longer sessions typically. Because again, usually what my routine was before, back in the day while making content, is I record. Well, no. First I have to plan out what I'm going to do, design the thumbnail and everything, come up with a title and whatnot. And then I make the video. The raw video itself, and that's usually about like 2 hours, give or take, depending on what I'm recording. If it's something like Minecraft, or like something like Call of Duty, there was like a session involved. There were the videos where I'd record for longer, but typically I'd record for about 2 hours, edit that down to about 20-40 minutes. And I would usually edit the same day I'm recording, so the video goes up the next day, usually is how I would do things. But again, I just apologize that I'm not talking as much, and my content quality is not great, and hasn't been great for the past couple years, okay? I'm working on it. Again, watch my New Year's story if you want to just hear about all the shit I've been going through and everything and whatnot, if you care about that. Some people don't care about that, I understand. Totally okay. If you're here just for the content itself, to see me doing games or certain topics I talk about, like for example the Marvel Rivals course that I made to getting from bronze to platinum rank, if you're into that kind of stuff, totally get it. I appreciate you guys that enjoy that. For the people that enjoy lurking and just watching someone play a game, I respect you guys too. Because you probably have no idea who I am, or what I sound like, or even what I look like. You're just watching a guy play a game, and I respect that. But to the other people that sort of like, you know, grew up with this channel with me, most of those viewers don't watch anymore, to be fair, understandably. Plus, you know, we've been doing it 13 years. But, you know, I'm sorry that I don't talk as much. And I appreciate the people that continue to still watch. You know, I try to bring life into my comments and into my YouTube posts when I'm able to, and you know, my titles and stuff. You know, I try to keep the vision alive still. It's just a lot harder than it used to be currently. So forgive me for that. Thank you for your commitment to me and just continuing to watch. You know, if you watch for like 30 seconds, thank you. If you watch for multiple hours, thank you. You know, like I appreciate all of those. To anyone that likes and leaves comments, and especially the people that subscribe nowadays. Like, I know we're growing a lot slower than realistically ever. We're probably growing at the rate I grew like year 2 or like year 3. I don't think I really gained momentum until like year 4 and 5, I believe. 2013 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, year 4 and 5 is where we started to gain a lot of momentum. The community was thriving, and I was literally able to post like Q&As and stuff. Like the community was engaged. It was great. I was able to make videos with people. It was a good time. You know, most of you know the story of what happened and how I ended up, you know, where I am today and the content I make today and everything like that. But for those of you that do plan to stick around to see what the future entails, just thank you for even trusting me that much, you know? To a lot of people, my channel nowadays is just a no commentary channel that looks like shit. And it is what it is, you know? It's fucking embarrassing as fuck currently with like the way the quality is, but I'm always trying to make the highest quality content I can make, no matter what position I'm in. You know, content's my life. It's what I live for. It's what I breathe for. Yeah, some of you find that, like, you know, regrettable, I suppose, but it's just who I am and what I enjoy. From like a profession standpoint, from, I guess, a hobby standpoint. I was going to say career, but no money's coming in yet, so can't really call it a career. We made money one year, back when I was able to do that. Wasn't a lot of money, by the way. I think we made like $5 throughout the entire year or something like that. Wasn't a lot, but it was something. You know, it proved to me like that was a number that existed. You know, and I just want to take a second as well to appreciate all the people that do subscribe to this day. You know, I can go back and see like the yearly difference and stuff like that, and for most people they'd be like, oh, this channel's dead, or like it's growing so slowly that it's never gonna go anywhere, basically. But I look at it and I'm like, oh, this month I got like 3, or this month I got like 10, you know? And when you're making content that is very, you know, low standards to this day, you know, that's why I can't grow very fast, because I'm just kind of stuck with what I got right now. But those numbers, like, they exist, you know, these are people. Well, most of them are people. Some of them are probably like bots or whatever, but, you know, for the most part, they're people who, like, understand or just enjoy what I'm doing, even if I'm not talking as much. And some people only enjoy when I'm talking too much. To be fair, some people can care less about what I'm actually doing for content, just hear my life story and how that's going. I respect every single one of you, okay? And it puts this into perspective, right? You know, what are we at now? Like almost 760 or something like that? Which, in internet terms, is not a lot, especially after 13 years. I should be in the millions by now, but life had different plans for me for the time being. It is what it is. Can't change the past, unfortunately. You can only change the future, or whatever the fuck you want to say. But To put that in perspective, right? When I was in high school, which makes me sound old now that I'm fucking turning 26 this year. You know, that was a while ago now. Um, 5 years ago, it didn't feel like that, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. I need to stop saying that. It's like my catchphrase in the past, like, 5 years. But anyway, to put that in perspective, right? The high school I was going to had, like, at most, like, 500 people in it. In the entire high school, you know? They don't even let that many people outside at one time, because there was, like, different breaks for different grades and stuff like that. And then I think back to, like, when you would have to do, like, assemblies and stuff, and everyone's, like, in the main area or whatever. And I'm just thinking, like, if that's 500 people, that is insane that 500 people fills up an entire room. Massive room. 500 people fills that up. It's, a little over 500 probably, including, like, teachers and whatnot, and all that good stuff, but that's a lot of people, okay? Money-wise, that won't pay bills or anything crazy like that. But in terms of just people being people, that's a lot of people, I can't even remember, like, 500 people I've talked to before. I can't do that, let alone 700, making our way to 800, okay? And I bring that up because a lot of people, they see my situation, they see the state my content's in, or how long I've been making content for, and a lot of people hit me with the, why do you continue, or why haven't you given up, or why do you just give up, or why don't you put it down for a while, And that's because 700 people's a lot of fucking people. My most viewed video has over 100,000 views. To most people, that's not a lot. That's not 50 million views or anything crazy. But to someone like me, that's a lot. Over 100,000 people is a lot of people. My channel in total, we're almost at 500,000 views, dude. Like, that's a lot. That's a hell of a lot. That, when I started doing this, I never, dreamt I could make those numbers happen. That's a lie. I definitely dreamt it, because I wouldn't be doing this if I never dreamt it, but I didn't think it would be possible, And I'm probably going to be saying those words a lot as the years progress, unless I just, like, fall over and die or something, then it is what it is once again, but, that's why I don't give up, and also just because this is what I enjoy doing, okay? Just to, like, remind people that, like, ever since a kid, and I started doing this when I was, like, 12 to 13, I never played, like, games and stuff just for my own sake, ever, after that, like, when I started. Before that, it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play a game for a couple hours because, like, I'm depressed or whatever, and I just, like, want some form of entertainment that's affordable because I'm a fucking child, The only other entertainment I had outside of that was surviving outside all day until the sun goes down as a child, which was not easy, especially when you're in the country too. I mean, sure, I don't have to worry about, like, getting mugged or kidnapped most of the time, but you do have to worry about, like, wild animals and stuff, or, like, someone just shooting guns for whatever reason because they like that. But, that's why I don't give up, even when life tells me I should. Most people quit YouTube in the first year. Not even YouTube, just making content in general. Most people quit in the first, like, 3-6 months. YouTube is more like a year, because, like, they take a while to get the momentum going, and they see the momentum, and they're like, oh, this is doing good. And then you hit that, like, flat line where it just kind of stays like that for a while. Like, they're bringing in views, and they have a community and stuff, but it just kind of flat lines after a period of time. Which is something my channel doesn't do, believe it or not. We grow very fucking slowly, but it goes up. Like, it just keeps going up. Very slowly, but, like, it still goes up. It's never just completely flatlined, ever. And I also have like some evergreen videos to thank for that. Like right now, the Game Pass video I made several months ago is gaining some traction on how to get Game Pass for $1, which is cool. That's the cool thing about making content, especially on YouTube, is especially with my most viewed video, right? For the first like 2-3 years, nothing really happened. You know, it got like a couple hundred views or whatever. And I was like, oh, people didn't really like that. You know, I missed the train, you know, because I saw a video and I was like, oh, I want to replicate that. I put my own style on it, basically, and I threw some together very quickly. It's actually one of my lowest effort videos ever, and it's gotten the most views, basically, just because it was working at the time, and other people were doing it. You know, there was interest in it. I went off topic a little too far, and I actually forgot what I started saying before I did that. Yeah, god damn it, that happens sometimes. Going a little curve too long. I can't recover that. I have no idea what I was saying right before that part. So, my bad. Either way, thank you all for continuing to partake in my content, if you will. You know, if you subscribed in the past, like, just this year in general, thank you. You know, if you leave comments and stuff being like, oh, thank you for this, or how do you do this, or I really enjoyed this, you know, I appreciate all of those, even though they're very rare to see nowadays compared to what the channel used to be back in like 2018 days, 2017. But regardless, thank you for sticking around, you know, and things will get better, probably. I say probably because, you know, life happens. Some could go fucking terribly wrong at some point, and you know, that's just the end of it. And, you know, that's just reality as a whole. Not a lot of people like to think like that because they don't want it to happen or they don't want it to be true. But, like, that's like, in my mind, it's like a flat earth, like, comparison for me, you know? It's like you have all this evidence and whatnot that the earth is not flat. And you have people that are just like, I don't believe it. I just think it's flat, you know. And here's my evidence or whatever. That's kind of what I compare that to a little bit. And to anyone that has been keeping up with life updates and whatnot the past like year or so when I started doing that. Business still exists. Technically, you know, I still don't have income to be able to pay for that to get it started, to actually get clients and whatnot, which sucks. It really does suck because, man, I put a lot of hours into that just to get it ready in the first 30 days. Like 10 plus hours a day, every day, no breaks. Just to get it ready. You know, that's dedication. Then just the fact I was able to even like create it is already like a huge milestone. Even if nothing comes out of it in the end, I would still like something to come out of it. But you know, it's been a while. At this point, I've lost a lot of momentum, a lot of steam, and you know, everything I had going on for that. Unfortunately, I still have all my files and everything all laid out and whatnot, but the vision is sort of not there anymore. Because it's been so long of just no progress being made. Which, once I get, you know, income and I'm able to go back into it again, then, you know, everything will start refreshing pretty damn quickly. Assuming the market hasn't left interest in websites. I doubt they will, to be honest. But the longer it takes, the more my competitors gain the advantage, you know? Which sucks. I see a lot of competitors now that do exactly what I'm trying to do, and I'm like, great. Fucking 6 months ago, no one was doing this, and all of a sudden now everyone wants to do this. It's crazy. I could have been the first doing it, you know? But fucking life sucks and whatever. Shit happens. It's probably my favorite sentence to say, to be honest with you. And in terms of like the court stuff I'm trying to do currently, because I feel like this is a bigger priority at the moment, compared to trying to start my business, my online business, and whatnot. My side of everything, good to go. Thankfully, it took longer than I thought. Again, 8+ hour days went into that just to collect evidence on my side of things and doing research on like what do I need, what can work, how does this play out in like a courtroom, what would like the lawyer tell me and stuff like that. So it took a lot longer to get my stuff all together, but all my shit's ready. I'm just working on Trevor's side of things, which if you remember him, he was, the guy living at the apartment back in the day. You probably remember him from TikTok mostly, back when I would do that. There was a lot of TikToks with me and him just kind of doing shit. Not so much YouTube, though. I don't think we've ever made a video together, now that I'm thinking about it. Which also kind of sucks, but it is what it is. So yeah, just working on his side of the things, like bank statements and whatnot, and then I need to figure out like his story, like a summarized version through his eyes, because I had to do that too, right? And then he also has a unique thing in this as well, with his, anger issues that he had when he came back and stuff, and that probably will play a part in this as well, because it all kind of leads back to the rent situation and being forced out and whatnot, and having no money left and all that good shit that happened. I don't want to say too much about the whole thing, just because I've made what I've needed to make for the judge and the lawyer and all that stuff. I don't want to accidentally say something that I maybe forgot to say previously or didn't add to something. I don't want to mess up anything by saying something that I forgot to add if I just like remember it now all of a sudden, or however it may be. And then once that's all done, which realistically I hope by like within the next 2 weeks, I would like all of that stuff to be done. Realistically, of course. It's been like I think this is the third week, so next week would be the fourth week or so that I just been trying to get the bank statements ready. That's already a long time, and again, lost a lot of momentum. The vision's getting a little blurry and whatnot, and I have to go back to things again, just to like remember what I was even trying to do in the first place and stuff like that. But just that's okay in the end, as long as it gets done. So it probably would have been done by now, like everything would have been ready, but just the first part, which is arguably the hardest part, to the second side of this that has taken the longest so far. So, not much I could do about that, unfortunately, but... And then, after I get everything to his side done for the court stuff, that's when I can officially make the call. Again, I've been talking about this for the past, 2 months or so, roughly. I learned I can sue my old landlord back in, December. Sometime in December. And I think I have, a year or maybe 2 years to use, the rule of discovery thing that they have in law. If that actually exists, I don't know. I'm doing my own research until I actually talk to somebody, which I'm about to get into real quick, but there's this rule of discovery thing where it's if you weren't in the proper mindset to figure things out, or you didn't know your rights, or you never knew that you could talk to a lawyer or something like that, you could use the rule of discovery to be oh, now you know what you can do for something that happened years prior, basically. But there's a 1 to 2 year limit on that, because after that it's why didn't you do anything? you know. I want to say it's a year, but it could be 2 years. So basically, if the case is not started, like probably by the end of the year, then that's it. Basically, there's nothing else that could be done after that, unless it's 2 years. Which would do I want to have to wait that long? Not really, to be honest. I would like to get my life back to normal this year. You know, if that takes 3 months, I'm okay with that. If that takes 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, so be it. Longer than I want, but I can live with it. Anything that's like over that is kind of like yikes. You know, this would be what, like the 5th year of just struggling? 4 or 5 years, I think it's been roughly. Since I have the date somewhere on file, I just don't remember the date exactly. But I think it was sometime in 2022. Around, like, close to the end of the year. Roughly. Like September, October, I think. Somewhere around there. That's when the whole fiasco happened. Well, it technically started in June of 2022. Is when it actually started. But that's where it ended for me, because then I was forced to go live with my dad, take care of my grandma, and just kind of give up trying to fight keeping my home, basically, which sucks. But, yeah, like I was trying to say, once those two sides are done, my side's done, just working on his side now. Once those are done, I have everything, and I potentially, look for like a couple witnesses or something, and like get a little summary from them and whatnot. Then I can make the call official, and that's when it will be make or break, because up to that point everything has been my own research. Okay, I have not been to school for law. I am not a lawyer. I know nothing about the law. I just am able to do research, and some of that research might not be accurate because I don't know. I wasn't trained on these things. Some of it might be true because it's research, but not all research is like created equal. Not everything you see is true. So that'll be like the make or break at that specific point at the start of like phase 3, because right now we're in phase 2. So phase 3 would be the make or break, which is why I really want to get there like as soon as possible, because if that is the breaking point, then it's like, okay, we didn't waste fucking 12 months for nothing. Instead, we wasted like 3 months for nothing. I much rather have that happen than doing everything I possibly can just to be told like no after like a year goes by, Then it's like, wow, I just wasted a year of my fucking life for no reason. I don't want to be in that position. I've wasted enough fucking years of my life, okay? I don't want to waste another one. I'm getting old now. Somewhat. Physically, my body feels like fucking 80, but mentally I'm, still going strong. From, like, a thinking standpoint and creativity and productivity and whatnot. Not so much the, mental health side of things. It's been a rough 13 years. Longer than that. 14 years. No. 15? 14 to 15 years. I think around that time is when my mom passed away, and then I started making content just to, like, have something tangible, That's where everything kicked off in my life. I mean, things weren't great up to that point too, but to be quite honest with you, I can't remember a lot past, like, everything up to, like, my mother having cancer and stuff like that. I don't really remember anything up to that point. And then, like, a year or two after that is, like, kind of all a blur, because, like, I'm a child going through one of the hardest things a human can go through. Losing a parent, that's not easy to deal with. And when you're a child, who is also being raised by a father that doesn't even know how to take care of a fucking child properly, especially after fucking, his wife passes away and whatnot. I was sort of left just trying to figure things out on my own for the most part, which is like a miracle that I've made it as far as I have, if that's the case. Because a lot of my things I'm self-taught on. If you couldn't tell by the way I fucking talk and shit, I swear like a sailor, my grammar sucks ass, my word choices are like a fucking grade 5 level at best usually. I don't know how to use big words, A lot of the things that I know, I am self-taught on, That's just the life I live. Fortunately or unfortunately, give or take on where you stand on that. But, I wasn't raised with all the family stuff, if you will. Call me Batman, I guess. Or Spider-Man, for that matter. Spider-Man doesn't have parents either. I mean, he does, but I don't think we've ever seen them before, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure someone's gonna write a fucking paragraph about that and tell me the one time that his parents showed up or whatever, But yeah, once I make that call at the start of Phase 3, like I said, that'll be the make or break of everything. And just to clarify what I mean by that, just one more time, What I mean by make or break is, if it's going to be a waste of time, then it's going to break and it's going to be useless and like it was all for nothing. But if it's to make, then like my research was accurate. All the evidence I have is already like a step above what most people would already have. Like we'd be in a very good position from the get-go to produce this case and then to get it out there, essentially. So that's the one I'm hoping for. Again, been doing my own research, so it might not be totally accurate. A lawyer might just be like, no, the discovery rule, for example, like just doesn't exist or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's on me. I don't know the law like you do. That's why I'm talking to you. But before I talk to the guy that knows everything, I want to have everything ready. Because, like, 9 times out of 10, people will just call a lawyer and be like, here's the situation. They'll be like, oh, what's your story? What's your evidence? Do you have any, like, witnesses and whatnot? And they're like, and it takes fucking, like, a million years to even, like, see a judge or anything. But if I have everything ready for the lawyer to look at, then all he has to do is connect the dots and fill in the gaps, essentially. All the evidence is there that I was able to produce, that I have available. The things I don't have available, a judge is probably not going to, like, kick down my door about it. Like, oh, you don't have text because you broke your phone, and you probably broke your phone because of the situation you were in, you're emotionally unstable, blah, 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 blah. I got that going for us, at least. So, bear with me on that. We're still at the start of Phase 2. Nothing has happened yet, aside from trying to figure this out, bank statements-wise. And then, yeah, I just gotta collect a few other things after that. It's probably gonna take me a day to sort out the statements and highlight certain things and whatnot. But, like, after that, the rest of it should probably take, like, a week, maybe 2, maybe. Doubt it. So, yeah, hopefully, next 2 weeks or so, I would like to make this call official before it's too late. Because if it is worth it, and we are able to do it, and the lawyer's like, oh yeah, this all makes sense, then it becomes the waiting game, essentially. We have to, like, fill out forms and whatever, and, those are going to take, probably, like, a couple months to send back, and you have them read or proof written or whatever the hell it is. Once the process starts, that's also going to take time. And within that time, that will probably take, could be sooner, could be later, who knows. I'm thinking around, like, 2 to 3 months. So, like, summertime, end of summertime, maybe, like, the fastest that, like, we can see an outcome for this. more on the realistic side of things, though, is probably like, fall. Like before winter, probably. I would hope. I don't want to have to wait like 8 months. I would be happy that there's an outcome at all to begin with, but, we'll see what happens with that. I'll keep you guys updated with that. And like I was trying to say, during the waiting period after I make the call and I make it official, or the lawyer just tells me this is not worth your time, during that period, I will probably look back at like the business stuff I'm doing, trying to find like funding for that, hopefully, as well as just trying to find a part-time job within like close proximity that I could walk to, because I don't have money for buses to be able to get to work. It's a whole thing, and it's one of the worst things ever. Okay, if you end up in this position, just give up. I'm kidding. Okay, don't do that. That was a joke. But like, it's really hard to get out of a situation like that, because like, you need money to get to the place that you need to get to in order to make money, so that you have money to buy food and pay rent and pay bills. But then, you have gaps in your resume on top of that because you're getting sick every month or two for like 4 years. By the way, this year hasn't been bad. I've only gotten sick once, and last year I only got sick once as well in like November or whatever it was. But then, you add on gaps in your resume. So now it's like, you need money to go around to hand out resumes, but to also probably do like free work for people, like charities and fundraisers and stuff like that, just so you have something current on your resume to prove that like you're capable of like standing on your feet and working, but just not getting paid for it. So now you're paying to get to somewhere that you're not being paid for. You need the money to hand out resumes to people, which you're also not getting paid for, just to be able to have the money to be able to get to a job. Like, man, it's so fucked up, dude. It really is. I never thought I'd be in this position ever. And maybe some people saw it coming during like high school or whatever. And okay, I don't know how else to say this other than the way I'm going to say this, but this is technically, like, if you look at everything throughout my life and whatnot, this is not like a me problem, okay? I have the motivation to work. I want to work. I am, like, fucking desperate for money, okay? I really am. Like, fucking 3+ years of, like, no paycheck, dude, I'm desperate, okay? I want to spend hundreds of dollars buying groceries again. Even though when I'm doing that, I'm like, oh, this sucks. It's like $300 I'm spending on food for the month. That's probably only going to last like 3 weeks or whatever. But I would like to be able to just be able to afford that, even though it's like super expensive. I would still like to be in that position. And it is just what it is. Here in Ghosts, I guess. I'd just like to be in that position again. I have the motivation. I want to work. I want money. I want to be a part of a team. I realistically, because I've had sleep issues my entire life, I don't want to wake up early, okay? Because I go to bed so godforsakenly late all the time, just because it's all I can do. My body doesn't know how to sleep normally, and that's probably the reason for a lot of my issues, realistically. But, my entire life I've had sleep problems because of a lot of the shit I've dealt with and just the way I was born and whatnot. With like my mom drinking alcohol and doing drugs and stuff like that, and blah 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 blah. The list goes on. I have a hard time waking up early because for most of my life I would go to bed when the sun starts coming up, and that started like I think in high school, maybe even middle school. Definitely high school though, because I got kicked out in grade 10. Or I didn't get kicked out, I got expelled in grade 10 because I stopped showing up to school, and then I took a year off school because I was homeless and all this fucking this and that, and what, you know, the other things. You know, like I said, the list goes on. But you know, it's just not in my body. My body was not programmed to do that. And you know, when I was doing the business stuff, I was on a better schedule than I used to be on. You know, I was able to wake up to my alarms, which I always wake up to my alarms, mind you. But like the issue I have, and I don't know if this is like a diabetes thing or something, but if I, and I don't know how to word this properly, but if I get like, let's say, like 3 hours of like just solid sleep out of like the 8 hours I'm trying to sleep for, but then the other 5? Yes. For the other 5 hours of sleep, I kept waking up every like 30 minutes to an hour, like tossing and turning or whatever. Those 3 hours of good sleep that I had before the 5 hours of bad sleep I had just kind of counteracts all the progress I had. And I don't know if that's like a normal thing that happens to people or not, but you know, I am lucky and grateful to even just get like 4 hours of solid sleep where I'm not tossing and turning, I'm not having nightmares, I'm not waking up to use the washroom. You know, I think it's just, even that is good for me. But for most people, that's normal. Most people get 7 to 8 hours of solid sleep. Like solid sleep. You know? I've never had 8 hours of solid sleep ever in my entire life. Unless you count surgery, but I don't know how long that was. I don't remember. Anyway, why'd I go on that tangent? God, I said I was going to talk for a minute, and it's been like 30. I apologize that I'm talking so long here. But yeah, sleep is a big struggle for sure when it comes to my life, and trying to maintain jobs and whatnot. A lot of jobs want you working at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Usually before 9 a.m. typically. That's why they call it the 9 to 5 usually. It's also because like 9 hours, 5 days a week, it is what it is, and give or take, whatever you whatever you prefer to hear. But yeah, the main reason why I got into this fucking final tangent is because I just wanted to point out the fact that like my life is the way it is not because of me necessarily. Like, yeah, I've made some bad choices. Choosing to go homeless when I was 17, probably not a good idea. You know, like, obviously. But when you're 17, depressed, you don't know what to do anymore, you got kicked out of school, all your fucking friends left, your fucking father doesn't take care of you and doesn't fucking care about you, or like abuses you, manipulates you, fucking whatever, you know. You have no one to turn to. That's like, what do? You either stay there and lose your mind and go psychotic, and God knows what happens after that. You know, maybe you'll end up in jail, or just dead, who knows. Or you say, I can't stay here anymore, and I need to go anywhere else but here. And to me, that was homeless, because I didn't have friends, and I couldn't just like couch hop from friend to friend and whatnot. Like, I just had the forest, and the bushes, and the trees. You know, that was my life for twice, actually. That's happened twice. You know, outside of that, that was my own choice. I chose to go homeless both times. I wasn't forced to go homeless, depending on what you want to believe on. Like, mentally, I was 100% forced to, in terms of, like, my own sanity. But in, like, realistic terms, my father wasn't like, you need to leave and never come back. You know, that was something I decided to do. Do I regret it? Kinda. Do I not regret it? Also kinda, you know. Some things went bad, some things went good. I learned a lot about myself, being out there, being homeless. I learned a lot about the world, you know. I'm sure that's where a lot of my health problems come from, and definitely, like, my mental capacity and whatnot. Just kind of being out there all alone, just trying to survive in the wilderness. But it wasn't the worst thing ever. All things considered. Anyway, sorry that I'm going on so many long ass tangents. Back to the point I'm trying to make. And I probably have said this before on a video at some point. God, I have thousands of videos, by the way, so I literally don't remember. But my birth parents, because I'm adopted, right? In case you didn't know that, I was 24 or 48 hours after being born, I was put up for adoption, basically, and that's happened to all my mother's children, because she couldn't take care of them. She wasn't in a position to take care of kids. Like, government word, literal government word, that is what they said to her. You cannot take care of children. We are putting it up for adoption. We'll take care of it until then, and someone else will do the rest after that. So I have siblings and stuff that I'll probably never see. They're out there. If you ever think that we're siblings, let me know. That'd be cool. Hopefully, it doesn't end up in one of those situations where, like, I go to marry someone and you find out, like, 10 years later you're related to them or something. Like, that wouldn't be good. That would not be good. But it is a possibility. I have, like, I think, like, 13 siblings. Anyway, I'm fucking going on a tangent. God damn, I need to stop doing that. My birth family's mostly my mother's side. I know nothing about my father. I don't know his name, like his ethnicity or anything like that. Aside from that, he was part native. That's where I get the native from. And probably the business side of things. I probably get that from him, I would imagine. Maybe. I don't know. I know nothing about him. Never met the guy, and I'm pretty sure he's dead before I was born. Could be wrong, but that's what the paper said, so I don't know. Are they lying on my paper? Like I'm some sort of, like, government, like, test from, like, a literal movie? Who knows? God. The main reason why I bring that up, just to fucking come back here if I go on another tangent again. My mother's side of the family, again, I'm adopted, so I don't talk to her, and I've seen her once in my entire life, aside from when I was born, but I was blind. And also, my brain couldn't think yet. But her side of the family has struggled their entire lives. Like my mother, her mother, her mother, her mother, so on and so forth. They have all struggled their entire lives. A lot of them didn't even make it to high school. A lot of them are high school dropouts. Most of them are addicted to various, like, drugs and, like, substances and, things that they can abuse. And a lot of the females in the family are, like, women of the night, because I can't say the actual word, but you probably know what I'm getting at when I say that, right? That's kind of the bloodline, And then you mix that with, like, my dad's side of things, who all I know from him is that he had money, and that's about it. If this money was blood money, or he was just like a hard-working guy who had, like, a rough time with his wife and needed, like, a woman from the night to help him relieve himself or something, and then boom, here I am because of it. I don't know. I don't know the relationship there, to be fair, but that is what I mean. Like, it's not necessarily my fault. Going homeless 2 times, 100% my fault. I did that willingly. Everything else has not been my fault up to this point, My mental struggles, not my fault. Being abused from my father, not my fault. Being manipulated by people, not my fault. Like social anxiety and stuff like that, not my fault. I don't really like talking to people. And it's mostly a trust thing, to be honest. It's not that I don't like people. I like people, especially if we can have a connection and stuff, But most of the time, especially when I'm meeting new people, or people that I just haven't known for a long time, it's more of like it's like a safety thing. Like, I don't want to put in time and effort into, like, a friendly relationship with someone just for them to, like, just disappear forever, Like, I've had enough of that kind of shit in my life to not want to be doing that shit again, That's why I've been single for the past, like, 4 years now. Are we going on 4? Are we reaching 4? I think we're reaching 4 years. somewhere around that range. Again, by choice, you know. Like I can't deal with that kind of stuff right now because I've been hurt too much. I've been used too much. I've been manipulated too much. You know, I've been abused too much. I just cannot take it anymore. I'd rather just be alone for, however many years it fucking takes to get my shit together again, build my life back up so I'm stable, I'm able to provide for myself and those around me, and maybe potentially start a family if I'm not too old by then, hopefully. I'm only 25 right now, so, I still got some time for that. Probably like 10 years. And then I probably can't anymore, because they're going to have, like, problems or something. Because it's not... I won't get into how that works. But, yeah. That's it. I talked way longer than I thought I would. I am so sorry that I did that. I thought I would talk for 10 minutes. It's been like 40, I think. So apologies for that. And to end it off real quick, because I just wanted to give some notes of mention and whatnot about how things are going and whatnot. That was the whole point of this. But I also just wanted to give a quick shout out to the community within like Warframe itself, probably just to narrow it down. But the community has been really nice during these periods where I just don't want to talk much, or I don't really have energy, or maybe some days I'm just playing for an hour just on my own or something, because I'm just don't know what to really do, before bed or something like that, Especially with Warframe, I'm a Warframe veteran at the end of the day. Been here as long as I've been making content for the most part. And two things I want to talk about that before I end it off and we just get back into what I've been doing. I'll start with the community portion, though. Shout out to the community, man. Old people, players, new players. Just shout out to all of you guys. You guys are very supportive, and just have open arms for people, and I appreciate that. And for a lot of the new players and stuff, I'm giving advice when I can to new people. I'll get into the second part of that when I finish this, but I'm always trying to help people the best I can in any way I can. It's just who I am. I love helping people, more than I like helping myself. Crazy, I know. Just no one should ever think like that. You should always come first before anyone else does, because it's literally your life, that you're playing with. But I just like helping people, especially when it comes to Warframe. A lot of I guess it'd be considered still early game to this day, but what used to be end game back in the day, 5 years ago. I know a lot about most of the game. Again, I'll get into the other half of that when I end this off, but shout out to all you people, man. A lot of you people are just so grateful for me, literally just existing at that time to answer their questions, or to give advice, or to help them on a mission, or to help them farm something and stuff, because I just go out of my way to do that. I started this account to 100% the game, quote unquote, because that's technically impossible, but I want to do everything, own everything, see everything before the next major update happens, whenever we get to that point. So it's probably going to take a couple years to even reach that point, but that's just how much I love this shit. I really do. One of the best games ever, by the way. Not a sponsor. God, I wish I was, though. One day when I get out of my rut, I'm sure I can hit them up with that. But no, just genuinely just shout out to all the Warframe people out there, old and new. Again, you guys are just welcoming with open arms usually. And again, for a lot of the new people, I'm glad I can help you guys. You know, a lot of you people that I've helped out in game have like come over to my channel in real life, and then you get like invested in my fucked up situation basically, and you're like, oh, how's this gonna play out? Or like, oh, I hope you're doing good and whatnot. And you just kind of like check in periodically, and I appreciate that genuinely. And the other side of that, to round this off here, is again, I'm a Warframe veteran at the end of the day. I've been doing this as long as I've been making content for, which is, well, they're celebrating 13 years. So I guess about 12 years. I don't think I was here year one. No, I was here year one, but I wasn't making content on it because I was like, oh, I don't know about this really grudgy, dark game that looks kind of weird and doesn't feel great to play sometimes. But then it got better and better and better and better and better and better, and now you wouldn't even know the game is 13 years old. When you look at it now, you think this shit came out of the fucking oven yesterday. It's crazy. But definitely at the beginning, I was like, I don't know about this. It was rough, and I think everyone can agree on that. But over the years, I got invested into it. A lot of my community was into it too. You know, they liked that style of content, where you're just kind of just doing things, talking about things as you're like farming stuff and whatnot. You know, I really had friends in school that played and whatnot. We'd like compare builds and stuff like that. It was like the Pokemon version, not Pokemon version, but like the Pokemon experience I had as a child, but more into like my teen years and into my adult years. Because there's not really a lot of adult friends that enjoy Pokemon, because it is a kid's game at the end of the day, but I grew up with it, so it's different for me. You know, I like it because I grew up with it rather than being an outsider to it all. And I still do to this day. I just wish they'd get their fucking shit together and make a good game again, instead of coming out with half-baked horseshit. Or I guess Ponyta shit, just to rub in the Pokemon knowledge there. But because I'm a veteran, that doesn't mean I've been around every single year, and I just want to like specify that before we like get into whatever I'm doing tonight before bed. But I know a lot of things about the game, okay? Some of the things I might say might be outdated, you know, there's like newer things you can do that I don't know about, but for people that do play the game and you've like done quests and stuff, I basically know everything up to the sacrifice quest, which is, I believe, after the second dream quest? No, the War Within, I believe. Because then you have like Chains of Horror at the end, but I mean that's been there for a bit. It's one of the older ones actually. But the sacrifice, like Umbral, Excalibur, and you know the Lotus being this like spoiler warning before I say that, but like a sentient being, or so. I don't know the story past that point, so I don't actually know if that was the Lotus or not. I assume it was, because Nata was always like, you know, a thing. But that's where my knowledge stops, for the most part. And then I took a break, and then they were like, oh, we're releasing open worlds. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. You can, like, fish and hunt and fucking, like, ride shit. And got hoverboards and whatever. It was cool at the time. But very quickly, it became like, oh, we're just grinding things. But for, like, what reason are we doing that for? Because there wasn't really, like, endgame stuff. And there kind of still isn't. I don't think an MMO can have an endgame necessarily. They can have, like, an end of a story, and then they start, like, a side story or something, but there's never, like, a true end to an MMO. It's just, you play through it, you get shit you want, and then you, like, flex to other people or whatever. Until you just wait for the next update, typically. So, I don't know when the sacrifice came out. It was a long time ago at this point. Probably around 2017, 2018, right before I went homeless. And then again, they came out with like open worlds and stuff, and I was like, oh, you know, that's cool. I'll hop on for a little bit. You know, I did my first operation on Cetus, and that was cool. Doing an operation for the first time was great. I think I only did it once though, and I stopped again. So that's what I mean. Like, I am a veteran, yes. You know, I have a lot of experience and knowledge and time and wisdom, and multiple accounts that I don't use anymore, and multiple accounts that I spend money on that have just kind of just sit there now to just kind of rot away. You know, it's all going to disappear one day anyway. But it is kind of a waste of money when you just kind of do that. But again, I made this account because, one, I wanted to start over from fresh, because I knew the game so well that every time I made a new account, I would just fly through the entire star chart within like the first 30 days. And then, you know, back in those times, it was like, now what? You just go farm for things you don't have or whatever. There was nothing like after that, for the most part, other than like some events here or there. It's not like it is now, where there's like a million things for you to do after you complete the star chart, you get to Pluto and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot more to it. If anything, everything has like doubled since I stopped back in the day for like several years. And then the second reason why I created this account, not only because I wanted to start over, but because I wanted to take things slow. I wanted to take my sweet ass time with this shit. Okay? I have flew through the game so many times, and then after that I just get fucking bored as hell and don't know what to do anymore, and I've basically done everything up to that point. Again, back in the day, doesn't really hold true anymore to this day. So, that slows down progress a hell of a lot, but it also lets me experience things I've never seen before, like all the open worlds and like grinding those out, or finding like early game like mods that I didn't even know existed and stuff like that, and, like grinding syndicates, and, you know. That's why I'm also breaking it into seasons as well, just to make it sort of easier as a viewing experience, like story wise, throughout this journey. But the third and final reason why I created this account, because again, people look at me like I'm crazy for doing this, it's just because I was gone from the game for so long. You know, I left when like Fortuna came out, I'm pretty sure, is when I stopped playing for a while. I mean, I was off and on when like Cetus came out and then Fortuna and whatever, you know. Like, I was off and on. But I don't remember demos coming out. When I found out that was a thing, I was like, oh, that's so sick. I totally like wish they did that sooner or whatever. I've been keeping up with updates and like what's going on. I watched a lot of like the dev shorts, and sometimes I hop on like a prime time to see what like the developers are doing and stuff. You know, I was always keeping up with the loop. There wasn't just nothing dragging me back in at the time because I've done it all multiple times. I just never collected everything, and I never like made like certain builds that like actually are cool. I just kind of just made whatever worked and just kind of called it a day after that. So those are the three main reasons why I am doing what I am doing, and I'm sorry if you think I'm like crazy for making a new account, especially as a veteran who has run through the game multiple times. But again, I am behind years of content. I took a break for long enough for it to feel overwhelming again, basically, with the amount of stuff they've added. Like, holy shit, it's crazy. But the one thing that made me want to even do this in the first place, and this is like 2 years ago now, which is crazy, that's been that fucking long already, was the new War Quest, which was like the biggest thing the story was building up to, aside from the update we're getting this year, which is actually the thing the story has been building up to this entire time, and probably going to be the finale for the most part. Like, main story-wise, I don't know what they're going to do after that. But yeah, the new war is why I wanted to start over in the first place, because I wanted to see that through. You know, the story is one of the best stories ever. Just like literally pure cinema, no fucking meme required, okay? The story, better than most movies, honestly. It's in depth, it gets crazy, there's plot twists, it's cinematic as hell, it's fucking awesome. It gets a little emotional sometimes too, as well. It's not all just like power fantasy, fucking, anime type shit going on, but the new war is where I was like, yes, I want this and I want to see this and I want to come back to it. And it sucks that that came out 2 years ago now and that's kind of outdated and everyone's moved past it. But the reason why I bring all of that up to end this off is because when we get past, or I rather get past, the sacrifice quest, which will probably be season 3 or 4, if you can kind of piece together the way I'm doing my seasons. We're probably halfway done season 2 so far. We're almost at the end of that. So I want to say around season 3 or 4 is when we get to that point, hopefully. And then everything after the sacrifice, I will do my very best to, capture my reactions to it as a veteran player. Because, again, everything before the sacrifice I know about. I've done it before. I've been there, done that. Everything after the sacrifice I don't know about. I haven't been there. I haven't done that. I spoiled some things for myself. I won't spoil things for you guys because it's just not worth it to do that to you. But, curiosity gets you sometimes. You're like, oh, I really want to know what this is about. And then you get invested into it and you're like, oh my god, I'm watching too long. And now, everything that happens is like what's the point? But I think that was mostly for, the start of the new wars that I spoiled that for myself. It looked insane, by the way. I'm so excited to do it. But I was just seeing everyone's reactions to it. And I was like, man, this is everything I've dreamed of, being a veteran player, This one is all built up for, and the reactions were perfect. And I'm excited to share that with you guys as well. I don't want to get into new stuff that I haven't seen and then it's just I'm never talking about it. Or maybe I'll do it where I'm just doing it, no commentary style, and then I talk about it like I am talking about things now, maybe, potentially, maybe, essay style kind of thing, I don't know. I might do that, it depends on what approach is better, but I definitely want to, capture my raw reactions to the newer things that I haven't seen yet. Because again, it's been building up for 13 years to get to where we are today. And it would be a missed opportunity if I didn't share those things with all of you. Even if you don't care about it. Most of you probably don't. But for those of you that do care, I feel like it'd be important to experience that together rather than just silence. But yeah, I think that clears everything up that I wanted to talk about. Sorry that it's fucking been an hour now, fuck's sakes. When I start, I can't stop, apparently, until my throat hurts, which it currently is starting to because I haven't even taken a sip of anything yet. Now I have, and it's only made it worse. So yeah, we talked about the channel and why content is the way it is. We talked about life updates, because those have slowed down a bit. I have the business side of things, the court side of things, trying to get that all figured out. Jobs and income and all that kind of stuff. We also talked about my experience and stuff in life, kinda, for a little bit. It's kind of a tangent, but we did talk about that, shit I've been through and whatnot. The fact that my channel won't stay like this, it's just I have to work with what I got at the moment, so I hope you kind of respect that, because there's just quite literally nothing else I can do about it right now. It's just, it is what it is. And then towards the end here, I just talked about um, why I made a new account in the first place, and why this series exists, and why people think I'm crazy for doing that. Um, and maybe I am. I don't know. I blame Pokemon for that, to be honest. Pokemon was always one of those games where it's like you beat it, but there's like so many other things you can do that you restart it and play it again all the way through because like there's different outcomes and stuff. Not story wise, but like the way you build your team, the shit you see if you're just not trying to 100% and stuff like that. So I kind of blame that mentality for why I keep fucking restarting shit and just never finishing them. Especially if I've taken a break for like 3+ months, it's like I don't even know what's happening. Better just restart and figure it out. Just to get fucking burnt out after like 2 weeks and not touch it again. It's a vicious cycle, to be honest. I guess to round it off while I'm on that topic real quick, that is why I'm trying to lay out my channel the way that it is. You know, like I want to do something on Monday, and then something different on Tuesday, and then like we'll do this on Wednesday, something different on Thursday. I want to try and keep doing something different to avoid that burnout. Because making content's cool and all, even if the quality sucks fucking balls. But content, even if it does suck balls, is going to suck even more balls if like nothing's being finished. If you make it halfway through something, you get people invested into how it's like going to turn out, and then you just like never touch it again, and people are like, "Wow, that sucked," and then they just like they don't watch you anymore because of it. And I would like to like break that cycle that I've been doing when it comes to that of just restarting things over and over and over again. It's a vicious cycle to be doing. And it's, again, I blame Pokemon for it. It's a childhood thing and whatnot. It just is what it is. But yeah, I just want to explain that real quick. That is why it is the way it is. When it comes to competitive things like Marvel Rivals, because I'm trying to play in tournaments that are worth like actual real life money, like thousands. If you join an esports team, then millions. I think it's like 2 million or something, a year, which is cool for the winner. But because those tournaments happen quarterly, so like every 3 months, give or take, so 4 tournaments a year that pay real money. It's something that I'm naturally already good at. It's something I'm able to teach people how to get better at. It's something that I actually enjoy doing for like hours at a time. But at the same time, I don't have the best setup. I'm using a fucking old-ass controller that has seen better days. My headset, only one side of it works. I don't even know if my microphone works on my controller anymore. Hopefully it's working right now, and I haven't been talking to just myself for like an hour, because that would suck. It's happened before, though. It's usually why you want to test your audio first, but my computer is just so slow that doing that would probably cause everything to break. And I'd rather not risk it. I'd rather risk wasting time talking to thin air, if anything. I assume it's working, though. Usually I would check, but it's too late now to be checking, and if I had been silent the whole time, then so be it. You enjoyed my fucking menu screen. Alright. Congrats. And thank you, I suppose. But yeah. That's everything that I wanted to mention before we get into tonight's session for a little bit, before I go to bed. Apologies for rambling for way, way, way longer than I thought. I genuinely thought I was just going to come in here, say like 3 things, and then that would be that, but as soon as I start talking about myself and my life and whatnot, it just kind of snowballs into this whole thing of me trying to like explain everything, which I assume is a trauma response more than anything, to be honest. Because, like, I don't have to explain fuck all to anybody ever, but I just naturally feel like inclined to do so at every turn I make all the time until the day I die. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And there I go again. I literally just did it. Literally talking about how I don't have to do it. I did it. Point proven. All right. So yeah, that's it. That's all I want to talk about. Thank you for listening. You can expect, the start of videos like this where I just kind of talk for like a little bit at the beginning. Usually it's not this long. Sometimes it's a lot longer. Sometimes I talk for 4 hours without like even fucking breathing once. It's fucking insane. I'm still able to do that, which is cool. It's just not something I could do every day anymore because I'm just not used to it anymore. Which I also want to get back into the habit of doing. It's just I have to like do it slowly over time. With situations like this, where I'm just talking for an hour and then I just don't. Yeah, that's a good starting point. To get us back to normal a little bit. Oh, and also because my audio sucks. If you couldn't tell already. I would blow everyone's speakers up right now, but I won't. I've done that once and it was fucking hilarious. I even went back and watched it myself and it was hilarious. That also might be why my headset's broken on one side, now that I think about it. But I won't do that to y'all. As much as I would love to, I won't do that. But that's also just another little reason why I just don't talk as much anymore. Anyway, that's it. I'm talking for too long. I apologize. We need to get into it before I get fucking too tired and I just spent this time staring at my fucking home screen on an alternate account so it doesn't even look cool. And yeah, thank you for listening to today's... I was going to say weekly update, but it's slowly becoming monthly updates. Regardless, it's an update. I've been doing them for the past year now. So thank you for listening to that. But usually, I'm going to start it again, but usually when I want to have a video where I just talk, usually there's going to be a video like that. The thumbnail will be just basic as shit. The title will be basic as shit. The description will be basic. Like, everything will be basic and, like, non-optimized, typically. Like, the New Year's video, for example, is literally just the stick figure meme. Not even filling the thumbnail ratios properly. It's like black bars and stuff. You'll know when it's just me talking for hours. Other times I sneak in to the start of these videos and I just kind of ramble for too fucking long. And some people love it, some people hate it. I respect both of you and your opinions. Both of you, both sides of that and their opinions. As always, thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting me in any way you do. Subscribing, liking, even watching is, it's all important stuff to me. Commenting, unless I said that already. For the most part, watching is the most important thing. I mean, subscribing is important too. I'm trying to get to 1K finally so I can earn ad revenue again, but that'll come when it comes. I'm not going to force it, and I'm not in a position to be forcing it. Because the value I can give to you is not that great right now. Let's just be honest with ourselves, okay? If you walk into the room and you're like, wow, this sucks, it's like, yeah, no shit, buddy, okay? Like, I understand that. I know that. I've been known that for years, okay? If you want to see what I was like when I was at my peak, then go check out the 2017 videos, 2018 videos, High quality. Editing was good. Thumbnails, they were getting there. Still kind of sucked a little bit. I can make better thumbnails now if I actually spend hours doing it, like I do with my Marvel Rivals thumbnails recently. Now that I learned how to do that, they look cool. And they take me like over an hour to make, versus just slapping some together in like 10 minutes and calling it a day. Yeah, just thank you for supporting me any way you do. I appreciate it. And again, I apologize that content is not what it should be. I apologize that I'm not in the position I thought I would be in up to this point. You know, life has its ways. I apologize that I am trying to rebuild myself back up from rock bottom for like the 10th fucking time, basically. Holy shit. A comeback story's cool, but try 10 comeback stories in one life. You know, it's crazy. It really is. Most people give up most people do give up, and the first time they hit rock bottom, it's like, what do? They lose all hope in like themselves, humanity, everything. And here I am just going down to rock bottom like it's a fucking casual fucking Tuesday all the time. And to be fair, I am sick of it, but I've learned my lessons in life. And clearly I'm a survivor. You know, I keep on pushing. Even when I don't want to, I keep on pushing. If that isn't motivation, I don't know what is, okay? People think I like don't want to work and shit. Is just like beyond insanity that you would ever think that. You know, that's more of like a judgment on my personality more than like an assumption of something, you know? It's like a personal attack. Just because, like, maybe I haven't shaved my face in like a couple months, or because I fucking, like, wake up in the afternoon most of the time, instead of waking up when the sun rises like normal people do, you know? You can think what you want to think, but, you know, my story is out there. I don't want to be the way I am. I don't want to wake up late. I don't want to stay up late. I mean, yeah, sometimes I do, to an extent, you know. I don't want to stay up till like 5 a.m. or anything crazy like that unless I have to. But people just seem to think sometimes that it's just who I want to be. Which is far from the truth, because if that was who I wanted to be, I would have died when I was homeless the first time. If not before then. Just to put that out there, just to put that into perspective, okay? For all the fucking people that say otherwise, that is the truth of the matter. If I didn't have the motivation to want to be successful, to want to be something, to get out of current living situations that I've been through, to get out of rock bottom multiple times, to be able to throw away everything I own just to fucking get it all back again, but like, you know, brand new and whatnot. It takes a lot out of somebody, man. Most people can't do that. Alright? I'm not most people, though. I mean, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm definitely a minority when it comes to shit like that, for sure. Especially being like native and whatnot. And it's kind of part of it, unfortunately. But again, even doctors have told me like most people would not have made it this far, and I'm just like, cool. Are you telling me that I've defied the impossible? What else is new? Genuinely, that's all I've done my entire life. Straight up. Anyway, that's it. That's all. I'm gonna ramble for too long if I keep thinking of shit to talk about. Everyone over on Kick, thank you for supporting me any way you do as well. We actually grow pretty fast on there, despite the fact that I can't communicate with you guys at the same time as I can with YouTube, because I can only read one chat at a time. But everyone over on Kick, dude, y'all some lurkers, and I respect it. And just thank you to anyone who follows me over on there as well. I think we grew faster than I ever could have on Twitch. And I don't even think it's been a year yet that I've been doing Kick. Maybe it has been. I don't remember the exact day I started. I'm sure I have a video of when that happened. Actually, I think it was around the time this series started. So I guess it has been like a year. Because I think I started this series around this time last year, maybe? It may have been sooner than that. Because around this time last year is when I was getting into the business side of things. And then I think in March is when I was working with the Attic people for like a couple weeks until I fucking ran out of money to be able to get to work. Which sucked, by the way. I actually kind of liked that job, even though it was commission-based and I didn't really get a lot of money worth my time. But that's because I was so new. You know, give me like a month or two, I'm sure I would have been racking in fucking thousands of dollars a week. Like the rest of the higher-up people were doing, you know? But they had the experience. They were there for years. They know what they're doing. Instead of the new guy who made like $500 total after working there for like 3 weeks, or however long it was. On a road trip too, mind you. Trying to do that shit in the city I live in, hard as hell. God, people could care less. Rightfully so. They're usually renters anyways. They don't usually own a home anymore. They have to talk to the landlord and all that. Anyway, I'm rambling again. Thank you, YouTube and Kirk, for just listening to my little updates and stuff. I say little update, but wow, this is, I think, how long has this actually been going on for? Oh, like over an hour and a half or so that I've just been rambling. Okay, that's too long. That's it. Support any way you can. Appreciate it. I respect it. I see it. I do my best to react to things. Apologies again for just the way content is. Blah, 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 blah. Updates are done. Life's done. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk here today. I'll see you in the next one, whenever that is. And, enjoy whatever the fuck comes after this before I go to bed. The longer I talk, the sooner that will happen, so. And I also apologize for there not really being any outros either recently. I apologize for that as well. I do type in chat, though. At least in YouTube chat. And I'll usually say something about it. I mean, like, I don't know how long this is going to go on for, blah, 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 blah. Usually we try to aim for the 3-hour mark. You know? On average. Maybe 6. 3 hours is the minimum. Maximum's like 8 hours. I don't know if I could do it longer than 8 hours. That's just too long for me at the moment. Anyway, that's it. I'm gonna keep fucking rambling. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. And, yeah, enjoy it. And if you want to hear more videos where I just talk for fucking hours, you can find those. You know, my New Year's video is one of them where I talk about the past, like, 5 years of my life and how things have ended up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? Cool. Alright, I'll see you all later in the next update or whatever the fuck I decide to talk again, whenever that is. Usually if I have something to update about or whatever. Or if I'm teaching something or whatever it may be. Anyway, that's it. See you in the next one. Thank you for hanging out, listening. And if this ends in like 30 minutes, then I apologize. But if not, enjoy whatever is happening tonight for a little bit before I go to bed. And that is all. Oh, and please subscribe. Okay. Would greatly appreciate it. You can also donate money too if you want to with super chats and stuff, but I don't ask for it because what can I provide, you know? I have a lot of value I can give at the moment other than lessons. It's kind of the most value I got right now. Excuse me. Yeah, that's it. And I'm going to turn it off before I keep rambling, so that way if I do keep rambling, nothing will come out of it. And I'm going to take a moment to drink some water and whatnot, because I talked too long. Maybe have like a little snack for a few minutes, and then we'll get into it. I will try to, I don't know, play a song or something in the meantime, like a song or two, maybe, just to indicate that like something's about to happen. Okay, I shut up now. I shut the fuck up now. Okay. Subscribe, or I will with something that is legal that I can say. I will. I don't know. I want to say the craziest shit, but I don't want to get in trouble. Subscriber, I will hit the third tower. Was that bad? Can we get like... Was that a bad one? Was that not okay? Can we get a gauge on that? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I say shit. This is what I do.
I'll be back in a minute, I'm kidding, I'm in it to win it. These casuals, they ain't gon' get it, cause I'm on a mission. Just listen, these bars that I'm spitting, all light a cigar when I'm sipping. It's job when I'm winning, a star how I'm living. A car that is tinted, so far from my limits. You think it's a fiction, but now I'm addicted. You won't catch me slipping, this life I be living. If I do it, she finish, she want it, she get it. She like when I hit it, she never forget it. We living like royalty, she come with loyalty. That shit is rare, but she never want more than me. Making that money is funny, we stacking them honeys. Just doing the things that we wanted, cause passion is purpose. I know that it's worth it, I do what I love and the cash is converting. I hate all the haters, but they do me favors. If only they knew that their comments make paper. They gone like they paper this beats with my neighbor. The bass is so loud that their house is in danger. My eyes on the prize and my passion don't lie. If I want it, I get it, my vibration high. Yeah, I live till I die and I'll do it just right. Do you like how the plaques on my walls hit the lights? And I'm just a white boy, yeah, I get it, but fuck it, I like rap, so I spit it. Yeah, I'm just a white boy with some rhythm. This beat in my system, I made it, no kidding. That shit it be hating, keep stacking my winnings again and again, like I'm making commission. This life's an addiction, addicted to winning. Each day got me grinning, yeah, straight from beginning. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I see. I picture my life and how it's gonna be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I need. I know that I'm right where I'm destined to be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I see. I picture my life and how it's gonna be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I need. I know that I'm right where I'm destined to be. Yeah, I live what I'm dreaming, I think it, believe it. I get what I want and I get when I need it. I'm ready to work and I'm here to receive it. And I'll be the first to be grateful, believe it. I know what I want and I know that I'll get it. Set my intentions and never forget them, cause my greatest weapon is always direction. I give it attention, then I'm gonna get it. It's not how they see it, that's only perception. Glass half empty, yeah, that brain need correction. I see the world and my life is a blessing. This all is perfection, I see the connection. I'm right where I'm supposed to be, living so openly. Grateful for everything, feel it emotionally. It's in my soul, I can feel it so potently. Ready for more that the universe throws at me. It's all a reflection, so what you projecting. You get what you give, so you better address it. I just wanna live, be my best, keep progressing. The less I compare me, the more I'm ascending. It's all what you notice, where you put your focus. One thought at a time, gotta keep it in motion. It's all by design, gotta trust and stay open. And live like you have everything that you want, and you'll only receive once you let go of me. Cause to really be free is to let go, believe. And passion is purpose, what's under your surface. Cause I got a furnace that's burning and burning. I'm down for the work, when I give, I keep earning. It's always returning, and I'm always learning. It's time to let go of your past and move on. Listen again and again to this song. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I see. I picture my life and how it's gonna be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I need. I know that I'm right where I'm destined to be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I see. I picture my life and how it's gonna be. Yeah, I get what I want, I get what I need. I know that I'm right where I'm destined to be. Burn it at both ends. I like the fire causing mayhem. I'm not tired, I've been waiting. I'm not forsaken, I'm my own and I'm jaded. Energy comes from my hatred. Call me the villain, cause I be killing. I got no feeling, I've been dealing with all my demons. I like to feed them, they be chilling. Yeah, they be screaming, I can hear them in my mind. They just wanna find any fight, any reason. To the dark side, there ain't no place to hide. All your fears are electrified. Welcome to the hard side, where it's all do or die. We're the shadow to the light. I can feel it in my bones. I'm addicted to the thirst. I ain't never let it go, even when it hurts. This is my curse. Adrenaline is surging, ain't no serving. I'm the king, bring me everything that I've ever wanted, that I need. I believe I could be anything, watch me. Give me a second to blow, give me a second to grow. Be at the top of the show, be at the top like a pro. I flip the switch, different mode, no they ain't laughing, no joke. Cause I attack when they won't. Welcome to the dark side, there ain't no place to hide. All your fears are electrified. Welcome to the hard side, where it's all do or die. We're the shadow to the light. I can feel it in my bones. I'm addicted to the thirst. I ain't never letting go, even when it hurts. This is my curse. I keep on working, got purpose and worth. Music's my cure and this world is my purse. Get rid of this curse with every verse. Of course I've been hurt, but some have been much worse. Leave me alone, get out of my head. Block out the opinions until I am dead. They all go to sleep, but you listen instead. Listen some more and you'll cease to regret. I keep on working, I got it on track. You gonna see my name up on the flag. I sail the ship and I'll never come back. I keep this bitch on the line to attack, never look back. I make a record like Crash, top of my bracket I smash. Hot like a pack, I'm about to stack it like cash. It's gonna happen so fast. I've never changed myself, I've always stayed the same, no doubt. I've always played the game all out, and I am here to stay right now. So don't call it a comeback. Steady gunning, do my thing. I don't look the other way, I stare that motherfucker straight. Don't care what they say, nah, everyone's the same. Don't get caught up in their games, just pick a lane and do your thing. I don't just wanna be great, I'll be the best. Make everybody forget all the rest. Man, I feel blessed, bulletproof vest over my chest for that haters' request. I'll be okay, I pick my lane, I'ma stick to it like horse of the fame. This is the game that we all play, and I'm gonna win, get the fuck out my way. Change myself, I've always stayed the same, no doubt. I've always played the game all out, and I am here to stay right now. So don't call it a comes down. Feels boring, the same thing, routine in the morning. Grew up too fast without warning, and when it rains it's pouring. I got dreams, big dreams, I wanna do big things, but I just can't seem to put it all together. I just wanna be seen. I'm jumping ship, I'm a diving, middle of the ocean, swimming till I find it. I see an island out ahead, filled with things that I've wanted since I was a kid. Swim to it with every muscle I've got, sucking down water in my lungs till I cough. But I won't give up, I'll never stop till I wash up on the sand or my heart finally stops. I will be the best, headed out for change, I just started on my quest. Yeah, the world will know my name, I'm excited, I'm obsessed. No one in my way but myself and a test. Yeah, I will be the best, yeah, I will be the best. Life is just a game, I'll be playing till I rest. I'll be there to claim my own spot among the best. Deep within my mind, I'll put all my fear to rest. Cause I will be the best, yeah, I'll be the best I can. I gotta study, I'll cram, I gotta make up a plan to give me some kind of chance. I gotta enter a new mode or else I'll get KO'd. My life's at a crossroad, I'm ready to reload. I gotta learn some kind of lesson from my past. I made mistakes, but I learned how to react. I love to chase, but I need a new path to have a chance to get what I wanna grab. A good life has a good purpose, something that makes everything that you're doing worth it. Something with a bigger meaning that's under the surface, cause that's what's gonna keep you working. It's a journey to make it, I got a life in the making. I choose how I'm gonna shape it, I got new lights in rotation. I flip a switch, I'm fixated, I'm sick of patience and waiting. My destiny is awaiting. I will be the best, headed out for change, I just started on my quest. Yeah, the world will know my name, I'm excited, I'm obsessed. No one in my way but myself and a test. Yeah, I will be the best, yeah, I will be the best. Life is just a game, I'll be playing till I rest. I'll be there to claim my own spot among the best. Deep within my mind, I'll put all my fear to rest. Cause I will be the best, yeah, I will be the best. This life is a journey worth taking, every breath in it is sacred. It gets hard and frustrating, but trust me, you just gotta embrace it. Cause what's a journey without enemies? You need some friends, a foe, and an identity. You need an arc, a battle, a little tensity. Create a little bit of energy. I know we don't start the same, but life ain't fair, that won't change. You can't expect that from games, yeah. You might be worse off than others, but better off than another. So just move forward, discover, yeah. What you like, what you need, what you see. Every little thing that you wanna be. Figure out how others get it, and respect it. And don't give up till you perfect it. Well, here I go, how I get there, I'll figure out on my own. But no matter what, I'll be putting on a show. So watch out, and watch me grow. I will be the best, headed out for change, I just started on my quest. Yeah, the world will know my name, I'm excited, I'm obsessed. No one in my way but myself and a test. Yeah, I will be the best, yeah, I will be the best. Life is just a game, I'll be playing till I rest. I'll be there to claim my own spot among the best. Deep within my mind, I'll put all my fear to rest. Cause I will be the best, yeah, I will be the best.
Say hello to treasure.
Now you might be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all. Dreamers. Yeah.
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
Will there be explosions? I do love it when there's explosions.
Some fascinating choices, Operator.
Saddle up. Your foes are not the only dangers you will face in the field. Avoid the lasers and defeat the enemies.
Inbox messages await the operator. I wonder what they say. Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Saddle up. Got something. Heavy hitter like you needs a little snack, yeah?
Your deeds shall be rewarded.
The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Orican relic is being unearthed by the Grineer. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige? Rise, my ghouls! Be born!
There's the captive. Take out the guards, but be warned, the prisoner has been strapped with a bomb collar. Detection will start the countdown to detonation. You've been detected. Hurry up and free the prisoner before that collar explodes. The guards are down. Defuse the collar now. They freed the prisoner. Now escort them to safety.
Watch your step, Tenno! My ghouls could be anywhere!
Thanks to that miner, we have new leads on the relic's location. This camp is the command point for Grineer archaeological operations. Shut them down. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. You captured the location. Do not let them retake it. here, and not long ago. We'll keep hunting. Our latest intel points to the armored vault at my waypoint. Break in and look for the relic. You're nearing the armored vault. Take out the surrounding guards. One of them is carrying a data mass, and we'll need that to get inside. We dropped the data mass. Grab it. Good. Now insert that data mass into the console. Destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open. Subsurface scans of the planes. Hijack one for me. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it. They're sending another wave to take out the drone. Stay vigilant. let them harm the drone. Agent in possession of the relic. It appears he's trying to get it off the plains on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Tino. I give you coordinates. Picky. We Ostrons would be honored to accept your sacrifice. Loke, esteemed friend.
is right, you should take on this task. Success will follow.
The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grineer. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
Those devices draw energy from Vombalists. Make use of them.
Sign of the relic, but the Grineer will not be happy about losing those resources. The Grineer have been using drones to perform subsurface scans of the plains. Hijack one for me. Nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it. More Grineer inbound. Don't let them harm the drone. my waypoint, you'll find the commander responsible for taking the relic. Eliminate him.
You attempt to take control of it.
Relics are much safer, but we still need to find the one they have. Our latest intel points to the armored vault at my waypoint. Break in and look for the relic. The vault's armor is too strong for your weapons to penetrate. I will hack it open, but first I need a data mass from the guards. Drop the data mass. Grab it. Good. Now insert that data mass into the console. If they destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open. He's trying to get it off the planes on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Tino.
How the children admire your good deeds, Tenno. It brings me such joy. Dad.
Couldn't get anyone to take that on. Early lunch for Kanzu. The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grineer. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
Drones to perform subsurface scans of the plains. Hijack one for me. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it. They're sending another wave to take out the drone. Stay vigilant. tracking a Grenier agent in possession of the relic. It appears he's trying to get it off the plains on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Tino. I give you coordinates. You go in, you work, nobody but you comes out. Good?
Your deeds shall be rewarded.
The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grenier. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
That's it. The targets come out for a fight. Make it their last. With that commander eliminated, the Quill's relics are much safer, but we still need to find the one they have. This camp is the command point for Grenier archaeological operations. Shut them down. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. Is ours. Wait. Incoming assault. Don't let them retake this territory. to the armored vault at my waypoint. Break in and look for the relic. You're nearing the armored vault. Take out the surrounding guards. One of them is carrying a data mass, and you'll need that to get inside. Grab it. Good. Now insert that data mass into the console. If they destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open. Drones to perform subsurface scans of the plains. Hijack one from it. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it. They're sending another wave to take out the drone. Stay vigilant. harm the drone. The drone had a complete imprint of the relic. I know what to look for now. I'm tracking a Grenier agent in possession of the relic. It appears he's trying to get it off the plains on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
You captured the relic and the Grenier archaeologist? He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Now do, Tino. Offworlder, I'm hiring combat talent. Let's talk rates.
Having a simultaneous experience. I need one off-worlder with a gun.
You pay me in red. I pay you in silver.
I am pleased. You have accepted what so many have feared to try.
The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grenier. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
The Unum provides all. Always.
One more off the docket. Hop 2. The quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grineer. The quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the quills happy. Will you oblige?
This camp is the command point for Grineer archaeological operations. Shut them down. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. The location. Do not let them retake it. I'm tracking a Grineer agent in possession of the relic. It appears he's trying to get it off the plains on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
And the Grineer archaeologist? He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Tino.
How the children admire your good deeds, Tenno. It brings me... It is right you should take on this task. Success will follow.
The quills are at it again, telling me an important Aurican relic is being unearthed by the Grineer. The quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the quills happy. Will you oblige?
The vault's armor is too strong for your weapons to penetrate. I will hack it over, but first I need a data mass from the guards. Grab it. Good. Now insert that data mass into the console. If they destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open. Captured by the Grenier. Bring him home. There's the captive. Take out the guards. But be warned, the prisoner has been strapped with a bomb collar. Detection will start the countdown to detonation. You've been detected. Hurry up and free the prisoner before that collar explodes. The guards are down. Defuse the collar now. You freed the prisoner. Now escort them to safety. Thanks to that miner, we have new leads on the relic's location. Scans indicate the Grenier have a hidden supply cache at this waypoint. Search the area for the relic. Sign of the relic, but the Grenier will not be happy about losing those resources. This camp is the command point for Grenier archaeological operations. Shut them down. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. Location is ours. Wait. Incoming assault. Don't let them retake this territory. here, and not long ago. We'll keep hunting. I'm tracking a Grenier agent in possession of the relic. It appears he's trying to get it off the plains on foot. Capture him and the relic. The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
You captured the relic and the Grenier archaeologist? He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Now do, Tino. You pay me in red. I pay you in silver. You upping your...
Be well.
Powders and knives, newly arrived at great risk from the Eurasian zone. Display your love with a streak of vermilion.
Fools, wretched things, half-baked Grenier clones buried in bags full of pus and hate. I want them off planes, killer. The place is lethal enough already.
Powders and knives, newly arrived at great risk from the Eurasian zone. Display your love with a...
Everything is in balance. From the plains to the glittering fields of the origin system itself. This is something that the Grenier will never see, let alone understand. Your deeds shall be rewarded.
Plains living is tough living. Grenier are finding that out the hard way. Let's make them find out a little faster. Cut off their supplies.
That's it. The targets come out for a fight. Make it their last. infighting among his former troops. Good work. I need you to recover a Grenier drone so that I can access its logs. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it.
My ghouls! My fantasies made flesh.
That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it. They're sending another wave to take out the drone. Stay vigilant. Drone to sow confusion within the Grenier ranks. I want you to liberate a key operations point. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. The location is ours. Wait. Incoming assault. Don't let them retake this territory.
Here's your bounty. Swazdula, Gingham. Offworlder, help push the Grineer away from Cetus. You do a good deed, I pay you for it.
When you did, Tenno. If not for you, the Unum provides all. Always. She gives to you choose. You see and are seen.
Well, well. Looks like things are kicking off. Let's get back to it.
Project complete. Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault. Operator, you have outdone yourself.
There's work, if you want it. Anyone else? We never talked. A Corpus investigator is getting too close to our informants. Send him a message. Look elsewhere. You don't work shady without acquiring a few dirty secrets of your own. Need you to break into the investigator's files and find anything we can use as leverage. An informant's marked attachment supply detail. We'll find something useful in there. Break in and nick the lock. area. Neff Anio's supply caches are somewhere around here. Get him before the Corpus do. First cache tagged. On to the next. Good work. Conduct a quick sweep for the remaining cache.
Bad guys, get your bad guys here. Bye-bye.
Haha! Done it out like a popper up a drain pipe. Someone's getting fired over this. But here's the interesting bit. The shipping code on that last crate matches something from my records. I want to follow a hunch. Hey, Biz just had a word in my ear. I'm flagging a target. VIP's a nobody, but Biz says he has access to sensitive info. Info we can use to wrap this mission up good and proper. Across the board. Don't let up. Excellent. We can use those credits to help you. Now, the spot's scrambled, and we got a target. Go get him, Sparky. One less mucker making life harsh for us. Let's see what a quick look around his files tells us. Drones are rich sources of corpus metadata. Just what we need. Go unlocked. Take it down and I'll see what it knows. Right there. Take it down and I can start the hack.
Too high score. A.S. Murder. Table for a bunch of dudes.
Alright. Once we get this thing rewired, it'll auto-teleport to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. They're gonna try to wreck it rather than let us take it. Hold them off while I get this done. Nicely done. According to this drone, our target keeps all his dirt off the grid in a secure facility. Sentimental value, maybe. Found it. He keeps all his sensitive information in this secured facility. Grab as much incriminating evidence as you can. We'll turn the tables on this lowlife and keep our people clear. This is the place. New shipment about to teleport in. Taken for all their worth. Every last crate. Corpus Obelisk reporting first shipments being down. That's your cue, Sparky. We've got more coming in. Pick them up. That's one for us. It got one. Another shipment. Move fast.
Did you see that? Help me, stop it!
Case retrieved. Obelisk reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Got it. Another shipment. Move fast.
Come on! I'm right here! Do it! Kill me!
One more for me.
That's one for us. We lost a case. Sharpen up, Sparky. We've got more coming in. Pick 'em up. Case retrieved. Done. We've got enough to persuade this cove to turn his attentions elsewhere. Good work. Lucky day, Coach. Let's us have a quiet conversation. Outworlder, we gonna do this? Outstanding. Now get out there and void some mucking warranties. A Corpus investigator is getting too close to our informants. Send him a message. Look elsewhere. Hold position. Once the coil drive hits the trap, protect it. I have it on sensor. Once it hits the trap, get down there. Are you trying to blow this whole operation? Stand down! Perfect! Coil drive disabled. And the board just lit up. Corpus response is en route. Get me access to that data mass quick as you can.
Another one bites the dust?
Progress. Keep the Corpus off this thing just a bit longer. Corpus supervisor carries codes we can use to crack certain databases. Take him down. Steal those codes. You got their attention. Keep it up.
Guys! You could be doing so much more with your lives. Kinda.
Money's in the bag, and there he is. Right on schedule. Target marked. Take him down. Deleted. And a kick in the ribs with a mighty temper. Aha. This looks useful. Yes. Solid lead. Drones are rich sources of corpus metadata. Just what we need. Go unmarked. Take it down and I'll see what it knows. One drone as ordered. Knock it down, Sparky. We gotta hack that thing.
I'm here to kick bubblegum and shoot ass, and I'm on.
One hack coming up, and then a quick teleport into our customer. They'll wreck that drone rather than let it go, obviously. So, stop that. Back. Follow up if you're feeling.
And so, war makes monsters of us all. But especially you guys.
Nicely done. According to this drone, our target keeps all his dirt off the grid in a secure facility. Sentimental value, maybe. Found it. He keeps all his sensitive information in this secured facility. Grab as much incriminating evidence as you can. We'll turn the tables on this lowlife and keep our people clear. Gathering site for Corpus resources. Now's the time to hit it. So hit it.
Eyes open!
Shipments arrived. Grab them. Reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. That's one for us. We've got more coming in. Pick 'em up! Case retrieved. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Got it. Done. We've got enough to persuade this code to turn his attentions elsewhere. Good work. Make it quick. What's it gonna be? Green. And remember, you never heard of me, you never heard of Solaris U. A Corpus investigator is getting too close to our informants. Send him a message. Look elsewhere. You don't work shady without acquiring a few dirty secrets of your own. Need you to break into the investigator's files and find anything we can use as leverage. Codes are stored at this marked location. They'll help us get into that secured facility. You're nearing the secure area. Watch out for patrols and security measures. The enemy will destroy the data if they detect you.
No hard feelings, bad guy. Nobody says hello anymore.
You've tripped the alarm. It's now or never, Sparky. Yanks that data. Sorted. Got the codes we're after. On to the next step. Change of plan. Corpus VIP just stepped out. If we get his codes, I can get some real info on what we're after. Give him the business. We just woke up to what you're doing. Now let's see who comes crawling out of the pipes. Keep going. They figured out what we're up to right on schedule. Nothing gets a taxman to pop his head up like threatening his income stream. Leg it. He won't linger. Neff's operation just copped a serious limp, and we're into their data structures. Codes are gonna change in minutes, so having a quick sticky beak and... Yeah, this looks promising. Give me a sec. Drones are rich sources of corpus metadata. Just what we need. Go unmarked. Take it down and I'll see what... There's the drone. Swat it out of the sky so we can get to work.
Yeah. Shoot, bang, bang, die. War makes monsters of us all. But especially you guys.
Starting a remote hack. Once I'm done, it should teleport into the waiting arms of one of our people, far from here. Here come the taxmen. Keep him off the drone till I'm finished with it. Guys are on the run. Feel free to pick off stragglers.
Saddle up. Let's ride the devil down.
Nicely done. According to this drone, our target keeps all his dirt off the grid in a secure facility. Sentimental value, maybe. Found it. He keeps all his sensitive information in this secured facility. Grab as much incriminating... Right. Resource cases are gonna be teleported to this site. Intercept them, steal them, get out. First load's beamed in. Snatch him before the locals do. Another shipment. Move fast. let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. We lost a case. Sharpen up, Sparky. Case retrieved. We've got more coming in. Pick them up. Retrieved. Obelisk reports a second below. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it.
He shoots! He scores!
That's one for us.
Warp drive! Engage!
Done. We've got enough to persuade this cove to turn his attentions elsewhere. Good work.
Yes! Very yes.
Simple. Timer starts once you hit the first marker. Now, let's see what you're packing. Nice form! Let's see you keep it. But got it done. Your plank okay for a glinty mucker?
It's so shiny!
Bro. Every time.
You could big flip off an orc mother. Come down, flare and smile.
Look, we need dosh, you need a plank. You're right. Yeah, no. Check, nah. Glitty or flitty. Intriguing. Check now, Glitty. Boone's crew, the Cooperdons, got a hand.
It takes long winter nights to teach a girl. I'm listening. Appreciate it. Check back in a little bit. You,
Things ain't from around here. Moving on. Be lucky.
I have a soft spot for Fortuna. Good people dealt a bad hand. I try to help when I can. You don't seem to need help with that. Shout out when you're done. I'll be here when next you return.
Ping, ping, ping!
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
There is so much to be done here on Deimos. This moon requires a curious mind and a firm hand. Location and retrieval of Deimos artifacts is always a priority. The data I can collect from them is a valuable resource in its own right. If you want to join the hunt, then Lloyd can direct you to some likely spots. Bring back all you can carry.
sample uploaded. Science and your enchanted friend owe you a debt. Huzzah!
Ready to get rich, Chip? There's artifacts close by. You go ahead and grab them.
We call this a purifier. Once powered up, it establishes a harmonic with local fauna in order to extract data. Purifier operational. Prevent any infested from interfering with it.
shells too. So smooth. No way, I think you got everything. What makes you so good at this? It's me, isn't it? I make you good.
These caches are often left by shipwrecked crews. They are usually worth investigation.
The infestation's got that box gripped tight. Blast that sucker! Oh, hey, no fair! There's a protective cloud over the infestation! You gotta get inside it to hurt the blobs!
No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation from outside its protective barrier.
Nothing. Maybe we can find another way to break it free. What's that connected to it?
I have detected these tumors are maintaining a grip on the cache. You'll need to burst them. Well, that was unpleasant. Still, you have done enough to make the main tumor vulnerable now.
Ah, no damage! You gotta get inside that bubble to do anything to the growth! Woohoo! What's in the box? Wow, you were quick! So quick I reckon you saved more of the box contents!
Hello? Anyone? This is Corpus Representative Latrox Boone. I'm lost, cornered by infested, and my locator is, well, it's been eaten. I'm in the direst need of assistance. Help? gift of your time. Hello? Laptox. Our Entrati friends have, I suppose, requested that I provide them samples of native fauna. Not the kind of people one can really fail, if you catch my drift. Help? There! That one dropped a sample. Grab it! Lovely! Think we can get a few more? Should be enough to keep the Entrati happy. Give them here. Fantastic. I'm starting the data upload. This always draws infected, so keep me safe if you wouldn't mind. Green across the board. All samples cleared. Remarkable. And that, my friend, is a clean sweep. All samples uploaded. I'm going to lie down.
You smell that, Chip? Smells like artifacts. You know, treasure.
Once powered up, a purifier's influence will make nearby flora extrude sensory filaments. These are a rich source of biological data on the infestation.
Mr. Scratchikins pays us a visit and plays too long, the purifier's gonna stop working. even got some extra rare shells, too. So smooth. Wow! You're fantiddlyastic at this. Those little old artifacts never stood a chance.
Caches like these often contain valuable data as well as resources. Please find a way to access it. These caches are often left by shipwrecked crews. They are usually worth investigation.
Go on, dear. Oh, magnificent. Thank you, dear. Very kind. Goodbye, dear. I'll see what else I can unearth for you.
You are here to assist. Moon requires a curious... Yes, there are bounties. Disappointing. Very well. I am reasonably certain.
Artifacts are located in the indicated zones. Infested substrate will require removal prior to...
Yay! Treasure hunt time, Tenno! When it's got juice, a purifier upsets the plants, and they stick their tongues out to taste what's different. Power it up! You'll see! Mr. Scratchikins pays us a visit and plays too long, the purifier's gonna stop working.
Fine harvest indeed. The information received exceeds expectations. An impressive display, Tenno. Artifact retrieval parameters exceeded. Additional reward incentives have been authorized. Caches like these often contain valuable... You will need to release the cache before we can access it. The infestation is protecting itself with a sort of barrier membrane. Move inside the barrier before attempting to damage the infestation. The growth over the cache is seemingly invulnerable. Look for any infested tumors linked to it. No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation from outside its protective barrier. The infested substrate has formed tumors anchoring the cache. Blast them free! That is the last small tumor. Now return to the main growth and break it open.
Ah, no damage! You gotta get inside that bubble to do anything to the growth! Woohoo! What's in the box? Wow, you were quick! So quick I reckon you saved more of the box contents!
A job well done. You have exceeded projected expectations.
Hello? Anyone? This is Corpus Representative Latrox Oon. I'm lost, cornered by infested. Someone's here! I'm saved! Wait. You are here to help. What a relief! I was expecting to get my head bitten off at any moment. While you're here, can you help me collect some samples? Just a few, and then we're gone. I swear. That ugly one Everyone just coughed up what we're after. Could you grab a sample for me? Perfect. Now we need to grab some more samples, just to be sure. Should do it. Hand the samples over to me, please. Here we go. Processing. Oh, I hate it here. Hate it. I would give anything to get off this forsaken rock. We are green across the board. All samples cleared. Remarkable. Done and done. Every sample uploaded. Science and your enchanted friend owe you the debt. Huzzah!
Archival data indicates artifacts can be found in the vicinity. Collection advised. Once powered up, a purifier's influence will make nearby flora extrude sensory filaments. These are a rich source of biological data on the infestation. Keep the motile infested at bay while the purifier does its work. Operation completed and rare samples gathered. This data is excellent. I find it interesting you have such an obsession with artifact hunting. Truly no stone left unturned. These caches are often left by shipwrecked crews. You will need to release the cache before we can access it.
Hey, no fair! There's a protective cloud over the infestation! You gotta get inside it to hurt the blobs! Ah, no damage! You gotta get inside that bubble to do anything to the growth!
Look for pulsating trails connecting to other nearby tumors. The infested substrate has formed tumors anchoring the cache. Blast them free. That is the last small tumor. Now return to the main growth and break it open. As I predicted, no harm can be inflicted from outside the infested barrier. Proceed inside.
Woohoo! What's in the box?
A job well done. You have exceeded projected expectations.
Hello? Anyone? This is Corpus Representative Latrox Oon. I'm lost, cornered by infested, and my locator... There you are. Oh, a sight for sores. Look at you. Magnificent. Hello? Latrox Oon. Our Entrati friends have, I suppose, requested that I provide them samples of native fauna. Not the kind of people one can really fail, if you catch my drift. No? There! That one dropped a sample. Grab it! Lovely! Think we can get a few more? This is the part I hate. When I upload the data, the infested will undoubtedly come sniffing about. Do not let them interfere. All samples uploaded, I'm going to lie down. Done and done. Every sample uploaded. Science and your enchanted friend owe you a debt. Huzzah!
We call this a purifier. Once powered up, it establishes a harmonic with local fauna in order to extract data.
If Mr. Scratchikins pays us a visit and plays too long, the purifier's gonna stop working. little overzealous there, Tenno. You were not supposed to massacre it.
Operation completed and rare samples gathered. This data is excellent.
Wow! You're fantiddlyastic at this. Those little old artifacts never stood a chance. What's in the box? We gotta know what's in the box, right?
You will need to release the cache before we can access it. See if you can damage that growth. Interesting. There is a sporoidal barrier protecting the infestation. Get inside it before attacking. As I predicted, no harm can be inflicted from outside the infested barrier. Proceed inside.
Nothing. Maybe we can find another way to break it free. What's that connected to it?
No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation from outside its protective barrier.
Smacking down on these tumors seems to be doing something. Keep doing that!
No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation from outside its protective barrier. That is the last small tumor. Now return to the main growth and break it open.
Woohoo! What's in the box?
A job well done. You have exceeded projected expectations. Efficiently procured. The additional cache contents should prove invaluable.
Hello? Anyone? This is Corpus... Tenno. You're close by. Can I, beg a moment of your time? Oh, I say, hello there. Look, hate to bother, but I need to collect samples, and frankly, I'm in a bit over my head. Orienteering, organ landscapes, monsters, Mainly the monsters. I swear, if the Entrati weren't demanding samples... Ooh, there's one. Pick it up, quick. Beautiful. Now we just need a few more lights. Marvelous. That should be enough to keep the Entrati happy. Give them here. Fantastic. I'm starting the data upload. This always draws infected, so keep me safe if you wouldn't mind. We are green across the board. All samples cleared. Remarkable. And that, my friend, is a clean sweep. All samples uploaded. I'm going to lie down.
Ready to get rich, Chip? There's artifacts close by. You go ahead and grab them.
Once powered up, a purifier's influence will make nearby flora extrude sensory filaments. These are a rich source of biological data on the infestation. Keep the motile infested at bay while the purifier does its work. indeed. The information received exceeds expectations. I find it interesting you have such an obsession with artifact hunting. Truly no stone left unturned. Caches like these often contain valuable data as well as resources. You will need to release the cache before we can access it. Interesting. There is a sporoidal barrier protecting the infestation. Get inside it before attacking. As I predicted, no harm can be inflicted from outside the infested barrier. Proceed inside. Look for pulsating trails connecting to other nearby tumors.
Stacking down on these tumors seems to be doing something. Keep doing that!
As I predicted, no harm can be inflicted from outside the infested barrier. Proceed inside.
That should be enough. Try and break open the box again. Woohoo! What's in the box?
Efficiently procured. The additional cache contents should prove invaluable.
Hello? Anyone? This is Corpus Representative Latrox Oom. I'm lost? There you are. Oh, a sight for sore eyes. Look at you. Magnificent. Hello? Latrox Oom. Our enchanted friends have, I suppose, requested that I provide them samples of native fauna. Not the kind of people one can really fail, if you catch my drift. Help? I swear, if the Entranti were demanding samples... Ooh, there's one. Pick it up, quick. Beautiful. Now we just need a few more like it. Should do it. Hand the samples over to me, please. Fantastic. I'm starting the data upload. This always draws infected, so keep me safe if you wouldn't mind. We are green across the board. All samples cleared. Remarkable. And that, my friend, is a clean sweep. All samples uploaded. I'm going to lie down.
Archival data indicates artifacts can be found in the vicinity. Collection advised.
you and I. Maybe later. May you have much joy.
I'll be right here, gathering dust. Mining isn't my only. Together, we will build the future.
I am open to dialogue. Yes. Goodbye.
Why they bothered packing all this, I'll never know. Oh well, can't be helped. Always nice to see you. Do stop by again. The boy should have known better. As you wish. Don't fret, dear. We'll find another way. Scurry back quick. Skippity hop.
I've been here a long time. I know what you need to survive this place. Pleasure transacted. Don't go getting infested now.
I do know, what we look like. I always did. But you didn't hesitate, did you, to help us? Be careful with the first incision. One clumsy moment can wreck everything. You know where to find me.
Chip, we are good friends. It's good to have good friends. Be great. Do great things.
Deimos is unfolding before us like a puzzle box. I must have more samples. Indeed. Bye for now, you shiny thing.
Perhaps. If that concludes our business, I shall bid you farewell.
Always. That's all from me.
Otis finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live, yet spend most of that time
Doing everything wrong.
learning how to live.
Your mission is to break into enemy data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find. There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void relic. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. Still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. Your relic is opened. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Another job well executed. I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Defeat the corrupted and use their reactant to open a relic. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tana, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Heads up, a Grenier assault team is headed your way. Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Use caution. I am picking up traces of prosecutor shield auras in your vicinity. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. Tenno, you are here to infiltrate data vaults and retrieve highly sensitive enemy information.
The hunt is on, Tenno. The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target. Use it. Search for traces of the target.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. Corrupted pillars are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. Console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Another job well executed. Your mission is to break into enemy data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find.
The hunt is on, Tenno. The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target. Use it. Search for traces of the target.
Void fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? You're near a fissure. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen. Trap it so you can synthesize it for me.
Another job well executed. Tenno, you are here to infiltrate data vaults and retrieve highly sensitive enemy information.
Tenno, I am detecting a synthesis target. Use the synthesis scanner to track the creature.
Void fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Defeat the corrupted and use their reactant to open a relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Watch yourself. Grineer are on the way. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
What have you done? Synthesis only works on the living. Can you control your murderous impulses for the good of Sanctuary?
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. Still intact. You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Another job well executed.
notice reminds the operator to take time for themselves. Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
Tenno, I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
The hunt is on, Tenno. The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target. Use it. Search for traces of the target.
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? We're near a fissure. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
There it is. Right for synthesis. Tame this creature so you may perform the synthesis I require.
You have collected enough reactant to open your relic. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. Fisher, defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Defeat the corrupted and use their reactant to open a relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. You got it. The data is still intact. Marines inbound. Alarms! Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Another job well executed.
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
Well put together, Operator. Now get out there and...
cut down the...
and make the Lotus proud.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. Fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your poison. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Another job well executed. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. Tenno, you are here to infiltrate data vaults and retrieve highly sensitive enemy information. Watch out, I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep going. Nobody knows you're here. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. We're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now and they will start destroying the data. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. On the lookout for increased security measures. The enemies are dropping reactant. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
For all the universe's complexity, there is only one plot. Things are not what they seem.
We're near a fissure. Use that reactant to open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now and they will start destroying the data. Extracted. They don't even know it's gone. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Another job well executed. Your mission is to break into enemy data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find. Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? You found a Fisher. Look out for reactant. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. You have collected enough reactant to open your relic. Keep going. Nobody knows you're here. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Clean extraction with no alarms. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction. Another job well executed.